I am not sure how many of the audience are actually aware of what is mechanism design and what is the work done in this area. So I have kept the content of the presentation in a way that it goes from very introductory uh, to the state of the art research. So at first, I will be explaining three possible resource allocation instances where mechanism design plays a really good role. And I will explain in each of the instances what is the mechanism there. So, and I have ordered them in a way that we will check the more complicated problem one by one, and they are not that complicated. So it will be, I hope uh, it will be introductory in the initial slides, and later on the fourth part, or actually is the second part, because I keep the initial three in first part. In the second part, I will be explaining the use of mechanism design for social distancing, or in terms of resource allocation, I'll be focusing on the social distancing in that part. So beginning with the cake cutting problem. So if someone has already worked or studied mechanism design, this is the first problem we see in our class. And it is also interesting because it happens in our daily life. So this problem is in such a way that there is a mother and there are two children, one daughter and a son. And the mother has a cake which she wants to divide among the two children fairly. So, so we all have had such situation in our childhood in some way, whether it is a cake or any other sweet thing. So the problem here is that the mother wants to have a fair division of the cake among the two children, but she doesn't know what is the fair division. Why? Because both of them may like different part of the cake more than the other content of the cake. So, for example, daughter likes the cherry or the fruits in the cake more than the other things, and the son likes more chocolates. So, according to the daughter, any fair division will be, for example, all the fruits are divided in two parts, equal parts. And for the son, it's that all the chocolates in the cake are divided in two parts. So the mother doesn't know what is a fair division, and the definition of fair division is different for both the kids. And so this is a complicated situation for the mother to have two children. If there is just one children, things might have been very easy. So the situation, we take it as a mechanism design problem where daughter and son have some private information, and the private informations are what do they want, like what content or what part of the cake they want, and what is a fair division for them. So they have their own perception about things, and the mother doesn't know about their private information. So here, mother is a mechanism designer. She's a social planner here, and the kids can be thought of the strategic agents who wants to gain or who wants to get their more preferred cake, slice of the cake. So the mechanism designer doesn't know the private information of the agent. So in short, a mechanism design is an optimization problem where some very important parameters are not known to the designer. So is there a possible way to deal with it? Let's look at a very simple method here. So because the mother doesn't know what the daughter and son like, so what she does is she simply slice the cake into two equal sized pieces and give each of the child exactly one piece. Will it be fair to the children? What do you think, the audience? Will it be fair to just slice the cake into two equal sized pieces and give each child exactly one piece.
No, ma'am, it
I
will
hope
not
the
be so.
problem is clear to everyone. So, yeah, someone was speaking, sorry.
Can you explain once again?
So, I hope the problem is, do you want me to explain the problem again or solution?
Again, ma'am.
Okay. So the problem is that there is a cake and the mother wants to divide the cake equally among the participants, the daughter and the son. And she comes up with a method, which is to slice the cake into two equal part and give one piece each to the children. So the problem is, so the question is, do the children be happy about this division?
No, ma'am, they will not be
Yeah,
happy.
No.
it
Why so?
it may be.
It may be possible that a chocolate goes to the other and cherry goes to the other one.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Cakes.
And
It's
let's say if there are two cherries.
it's equal distribution, but the thing is that it depends on if their choices. It is not fair.
Sorry, your voice is not that clear to me. Can you repeat it?
Yes, ma'am. You asked, is it fair distribution or not? As per,
Mhm.
if we think about size, cake size, or if we divide it into equal halves, it is fair distribution. But if we think about their choices, what they like,
Mhm.
we are not sure about is it fair distribution or a not, fair sharing or a not.
Yes. So yes, you're right. So that's uh, one way, one answer to it, and that is correct. And the problem here is only that the mother doesn't know what they like, right? And the second part of the problem is the division should be in a way the mother is able to prove it that, see, I give you what you wanted, right? So there are these two, layers here. Let's see. So each child may think the other one got the bigger slice, or if it is heterogeneous, means it has different content like chocolates or fruits. They may think that the other one got what they wanted. So is there any mechanism which can make both of them happy? The answer is yes, and it is very simple. What the mother does is that it asks one of the kids to slice the cake into two pieces. And for example, without loss of generality, let's say she asks the son that you divide the cake in two pieces. And then ask the daughter to pick first, whichever she likes the most. And then son picks the remaining piece. So, so both of the kids will be happy, and the mother will get its goal. So she is also happy. Let's try to understand why this divide and choose work. So when son cuts the cake, he has very strong incentive to not to cut it unequally. Why? Because if unequally means in his perception, he will cut it equally. So if he likes chocolate, he will make sure that he gets at least half of the chocolate. So he will cut it half and half. So if he cuts it unequally, he will be in loss because maybe the daughter picks the part which he likes. So in his way, both slices are equally valued. And okay, so I explained why he will cut equally. And the second part is why daughter will be happy, because she can choose the best part she can get. So because she is getting the option to choose first, so she will pick whatever she likes the most. So she won't envy this, her sibling. So this divide and choose mechanism work here. So this is a very simple, template of saying what is a mechanism and what is a kind of situation we deal with in mechanism design. I hope this was clear to everyone. If you have questions, you can ask any point of time. So please feel free to ask if you have any doubts. So this cake cutting, it looks very simple setting, but it is very useful in mechanism design in any kind of resource allocation. Different version of this cake cutting problem has been studied from very long time, and it's a huge literature over cake cutting problem. So, for example, if there are not two kids, if there are more kids, if there are multiple cakes, if there are, heterogeneous cake, and if there is, it's not a cake, but it's a task. Let's say nobody wants to do a job. So there are many variety of this cake cutting problem, and it's been quite interesting to look at it. Okay, so I will be moving to the second example or second resource allocation instance, which is about allocating radio spectrum. So in short, here what happens is the government, or one can think of a government agency, they want to transfer the right of a particular frequency band to a telecom company. So there are multiple telecom companies which are trying to get that frequency band. They want to they are trying to get the license to use that frequency band, and the government wants to give the license to one of the companies asking for it. The goal of the government is to give the license to the company which values it the most. So in the economics side, or in mechanism design, we term it as efficient outcome. So efficient outcome means whatever is the resource, we take maximum out of it. So maximum use of that resource. So the government wants to give the license to the company which values it the most. But the problem again is the government doesn't know who values the license the most, who is going to use it the most. So again, the question comes, how to know the private information by hold it by the agents or the players in the game. There are many terms which are used. Let's say participants. So how to know the actual value of the license by each of the participants? Okay, one easy way is to simply ask who values the license how much. So, okay, but will it work? What do you think? Does anyone want to answer it? Okay, I will repeat the rule or the allocation function to again, that the government asks how much do you value the license, and every company reports how much they want to value, and the government says that whoever will value the most, I will or we will allocate the license to that company. So, do you think the government will be able to allocate? Will be so the allocation will be efficient. So the government will be able to allocate the license to the company who actually values it the most. Anyone wants to answer it, or should I?
Audience, you can type the message or answer in the chat box also.
Okay, let's take 5 seconds if someone wants. Okay, so I hope it is. I hope the presentation or the problems are clear to the audience. It's okay if you're not getting it right now, because I will explain this example or this resource allocation setting and again another one. So I hope at the end it will be clear to everyone. Uh, okay, so the government asks which company values the license the most, and the highest value reported by the company, that company will be, the winner, and that company will get the license. So if you are a company, or if you can respond from your company, what you will do is to simply report more, or in some sense over value your license, the license. So for example, here these are the companies and they have actual values less, but because the government says that whoever values the most, we will give the license to that company, they can misreport it. So, for example, the first one says that it actually uh, values more than its actual value. So, misreport the value and say that it values the license $15 million. And similarly, other companies also misreport their value. And if so, the government will be, pick the first company and allocate license to it. But because it reported that it values it the most, but the actual value is hidden to the government, which is not known to the government, and where the last one is the winner. So here, everyone will, exaggerate their value. They will misreport, and say, overvalue the license. So the government will not be able to, get the company who actually values it the most. Okay, there is another way to deal with it. So everyone values the most, everyone values it more than their actual value. So what we can do is that we can just say, okay, you reported that you like to get the license. So you value the license, let's say $10 million, then you will have to pay that. So in previously, what was there? This 15 million, this first company was able to report $15 million because it doesn't have to pay anything, right? So we bring payment into picture and say that whatever you bid for, you will have to pay that much amount. So for sure nobody will want to over report it, because if they over report, even if they get the license, it will be negative utility to them. Because for example, the first company, even if it gets it, its total value will be 8 million minus 15 million, because 15 million it has to pay now. So it's never beneficial for the companies to over report. Okay, so this was the part which I explained for the bid. Let me repeat again. So a bid is a statement about how much the company is willing to pay for the license. So they are not actually reporting their actual value, but they will say that this much I'm willing to pay to get that license. And the government, the government will award the license to whoever is bidding the highest, and that winner has to pay its bid, and others will just leave. They don't get the license, they don't have to pay anything. Okay, so I want to ask again the audience if they have any idea, like, why it won't work. Okay, it is already on the slides. I'm sorry for that. So let's skip this question answer part. So the companies will underbid. Why? Because uh, because they want to pay less. They want to get the resource, but they want to pay less. Nobody wants to pay more. So even if so, for example, the first one who was bidding for 15 million is now bidding 7 million, because it doesn't want to pay 8 million, right? Because it's the actual value. So they suddenly want to bid less than their actual value. And again, there is no coordination. So it may so happen that the government has no clue about who values the license the most. Okay, so the main question for this resource allocation part is, does there exist a mechanism? Because even bidding doesn't work here. So what we can do? So there is a mechanism, a really good news for mechanism designers, because it's a basic mechanism which is used in some or the other version in in most of the literature in this area. So this is proposed by William Vickrey, an American economist, and around 60 years ago. And this has just one small idea here. What is it that the winner doesn't have to pay the highest bid, but they have to pay the second highest bid. Okay, and that is why the name is second price auction or second bid auction. So okay, that's the change. So everyone has to bid, or their bid is the value they are, or sorry, the money they are willing to pay to get the license, and whoever has the highest bid, that person or that company becomes the winner, and the second highest bid is paid by that winner. So let's understand what is the second price auction. So everyone has their actual value in their mind, and the winner will be the highest bidding company, and the winner will pay the second highest bid. So we say that this companies have no incentive to over report. Why? Because, for example, take this the last company here, who values $10 million and reports the value truthfully, or bid the 10 million. Now the company is the winner because others have their bid is less than 10 million. So the last one is the winner, and it pays 8 million because 8 is the second highest bid among the remaining companies. Let's say if it bids more than the 10 million, it bids 12 million. Again, it is the winner because others have paid or whatever. It is the winner, but it has to pay again 8 million. So the total utility of this company remains the same. It's their actual value minus the payment they have to make. So the bid actually has uh, no no dependency on the payment made by the company. That is why they will not like to overbid. Let's see if they like to underbid. For example, let's take if this agent or if this company bids 7 million in place of 10 million. Then what happens is someone else is now the winner, who is paying the second highest bid. So the first company is the winner now, and it pays 7 million, which is now the second highest, and this agent lost the license. So it's never. And similarly, if you check it for each agent, it is always best to report their true value as the bid. So there is formal proof for it, why every company has no incentive to underbid and overbid. I have shown it by just one example. And so the highest bidder will be getting the license, and that's where the government's goal is fulfilled. The goal was the efficient allocation of the license. And so this mechanism, which is known as second price auction, ensures the goal of the government. Okay, moving to the third setup, it's about airport slot allocation. So the slot at an airport is often in one way, the slot is thought of the platform or the resource, the time, uh, the duration. Let's say one flight coming from Mumbai to Delhi at Delhi airport at, let's say, at 9 a.m. is going to use the airport resources for 9 a.m. to, let's say, 9:30 or till 10. So that is a slot from 9 to 10 on a certain day, and a particular space. That is the slot of the airport. And this in this setup, we will be looking at the airport slot allocations among the airlines. Okay, so the title of the slide is Green Anger for Ghost Flights. I will be explaining the terms why such an interesting, title of the slide it is. Okay, uh, so beginning with the story here, it is about British Med Airways. This incident happened back in 2006, 2007. So the incident is that British Med Airways was providing service between London's Heathrow Airport to Cardiff Airport 6 days a week. Okay, nothing wrong in it, but this map here is just to show that these two locations are not very far. Okay, there can be a flight between any two locations possible, but the thing is, it was out of surprise or it's a shock that none of the 124 tickets were sold. So the airline realized it at the very beginning that the tickets are not getting sold. So why the airline continued for 6 months? And this created anger among the economists, sorry, uh, the environmentalists, that the each 140-mile journey costed around 5 tons of carbon dioxide. So that's why I say it green anger. And uh, and these empty flights costed BMED around £2 million, such a huge amount. And but the airline continued to service for 6 months until someone, there was a report by BBC and other news companies. So the question is, why would an airline choose to run hundreds of flights at this huge loss of £2 million? Okay, let's try to understand why will an airline do it. So before this incident happened, BMIT was providing service from London to Uzbekistan. And due to a civil unrest in Uzbekistan, this flight service was cancelled. So, and there is one rule by IATA, International Air Transport Association. It says it is well known as use it or lose it rule. So, or 80-20 rule, which is to say that if an airline is not using 80% of the slots allocated to it, then that slot will be the airline has to compete to get the slot in the next session. So, for example, I am an airline and I got a 9 a.m. slot of Delhi Airport, one slot at Delhi Airport at 9 a.m. And I promised that I will be using that slot for 6 months. But I'm not using it. I'm just holding that resource, but not using it up to a threshold. That threshold is 80%. So in a way, this allocation is very wasteful. I'm not using the resource. So in the next session, someone will check if I have used the resource 80% or not. If not, I will have to compete other airlines to get the same resource I have now. So when BMET service from London to Uzbekistan was cancelled, it had to provide service somewhere to maintain the record of using that airport slot for 80% times. And that is why, and London's Heathrow Airport is very busy. It's too congested, and the slots to get the slots, it's really expensive for the airline. For example, Oman Air paid around $75 million for one prime slot in 2016, and it is in 2016, so one can think of what's the situation now. So these airport slots are quite expensive, and not to lose that slot, BMET was providing a ghost flight. So it's called ghost flight because there was no passengers in it. So it was cost effective for BMET to provide a service to zero passenger flight. And let's see how was the reaction to this situation. people didn't, or the organization don't blame the player, but the game here. For example, BMed is saying that it was necessary to preserve the slot. It was, business for it. Cardiff Airport says that they have no power to refuse BMed. They can't do, but they were blaming the tax regime. This kind of rule made the BMed to, service, and which costed huge on the environment. And the Airport Coordination Limited, it says that airlines are free to use their slot, whatever they have allocated. We have allocated it to them, so they are free to use it up to whatever limit. So this is so we understand here there is a huge problem with the rules here, and that is where mechanism design comes in. So here the objective of mechanism design is to create incentive to behave ethically. And here the agents to be in a way to this. And this is because during COVID-19, this rule was dropped for up to certain time, that because there is no passengers, it should not, bound the airline to just provide just run the flights even if there are no travelers. So this rule was dropped for some duration. But again, once the COVID-19 is over, the rules are again back to the same. So we see like IATA in air traffic management is the mechanism designer. FIFA World Cup, we all know it's a major international football competition. So FIFA is the mechanism designer there, who plays where, how many rounds, and so on. Similarly, in electricity market, ISO is the mechanism designer, the planner, and so on. So this all started with, it is said to be started with uh, these economists, Hurwitz, Maskin, and Myerson, and they got Nobel Prize in Economic Science in 2007 for laying the foundation of mechanism design theory. Okay, going back to the airport slot allocation, I have worked with my other collaborators, and we came up with an algorithmic mechanism design while looking at not only this truthfulness in a way that it's non-wasteful, that whoever needs the resource, they only bid for the resource. So we came up with a mechanism and is already published work. And in there we have provided a game theoretic model to it, and we proved that our mechanism in our mechanism nobody will lie. Because there is more business transfer going on and other stuff, so the airlines have more incentive to provide service between, let's say, Mumbai to Delhi. Then if we compare it, let's say Mumbai to Varanasi. So even government is coming up with different policies to, improve the air connectivity among tier 2, tier 3 cities, or the remote cities. For example, Udan is one scheme. So this work also focused on that part. Another objective here was to minimize the congestion scheduling part. So we schedule it in a way that at one time the airport is not too much congested. And because I worked on on theoretical computer science, and so that's always is a question about how is the computational complexity of a solution or a problem. So this is like our constant objective to make sure that the solution is not too much computationally expensive. So we ensure that our solution is strongly burnable time, which is computationally inexpensive. Okay, I will not go in detail about what mechanism we had in this paper. If someone is interested, can go through it or discuss with me later on. Okay, so I have explained here three particular resource allocation instances, but there are many. Uh, for example, from auctions to kidney exchange to gig platforms, which are occupying a huge e-market in India and throughout the world. Peer grading, school choice auction, for example, the counseling we have to get the admission in IITs or technical college or medical education, and the election. So all of these applications and other applications, they all are somehow related in our daily life. So mechanism design is actually playing role in almost all of them in some or the other way. So we are dealing with mechanism design almost every day in our life. Okay, so this was all about the first three applications. I hope now everyone has some perception about what can be a mechanism design, what kind of situations are there in which mechanism design comes in. And in short, it is applied where we want to optimize something, we have a certain goal, but we don't know the private information of the agents. And every agent is rational, just like we humans. It can be a robot, it can be an automated car. So everyone wants their best, what's best for them. So mechanism design comes in where we want to, make a coordination among those agents to fulfill a goal. Okay, so the next part will be about social distancing via social scheduling. This work is already published and publicly available in International Conference of Autonomous Agent and Multi-Agent Systems. In short, it's called AMAS 2023. I will be explaining it in very short, and I'll try to. I have kept the slides in a way that there is not much notations into it. Okay, so the motivation behind this problem started during COVID-19. We all have seen, the supermarkets, the banks, hospitals, all too much hustle bustle going on in those public facilities. Even if we wanted to maintain social distancing, we can't do it because the place is already very crowded. We all are scared. We were scared to visit the facilities, but because in some way we have to go there, so we are scared to, we don't want to get infection. We don't want to get the infection, but we have to visit the facility. We want to maintain social distancing, but it is already too much crowded to do that. So we realize that there is a lack of communication among the visitors. And if there is a better coordination among them, maybe the crowd can be able to make the social distancing happen. So one solution is to have one coordination kind of system or coordination mechanism. But there is some challenges here. How can we schedule them? We need to know something from them, right? So one way, for example, for hospital, we need to make sure that whoever has the strong need to visit, that visitor gets priority in scheduling, right? Similarly, for bank or markets, one can think of the priority-based scheduling or importance-based scheduling. So we model it in that way. So opening hours of the facility are divided in time slot, disjoint time slot, and we have a set of visitors. And the mechanism design or designer or the mechanism here is the scheduling process. Okay. Each time slot has a finite capacity. So this capacity can be think of depending on the size of the market, how many people can visit that market while maintaining social distancing. So there is a certain distance one has to maintain from the other visitor. So depending on the area of the market, or empty area in the market, for example, that we think of the capacity of each slot. So for example, let's say from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., 50 people can visit the bank. That's one number. So there is a finite capacity to it. And our goals are to have an efficient, again the term efficient, we want to use the resource the most. So we want to allocate the resource, the time slots, based on the priority over the importance of visit. So the person who needs to visit the hospital today, it's urgent, it's important, that person should get the priority while we do the scheduling. So one goal is efficiency, which is to allocate slots to more important jobs. Next is participation guarantee. That means visitors should not feel that they don't want to participate in the scheduling. For example, let's say if it's not, they don't want to participate, they will go to other market. So that's, we don't want that. So we want participation guarantee in some way. And again, our constant objective is to make the scheduling process computationally tractable. It requires minimum computational resources to get to the allocation. Because as the number of time slots increase, as the capacity, the number increase, the number of visitors increase, the problem can become very computationally expensive. So we want to make sure that it's not expensive. So it looks like any classical matching problem, right? We want to match the visitors to time slot. And there are algorithms to deal with it. So what's new in it? Does anyone wants to say what's the challenge here? Okay, the hint is that we want to prioritize based on the importance. So is the question clear? Am I audible? I hope I am audible.
Yes, madam. Yes, yes.
Okay. So the question is, we want to prioritize based on the importance, but we don't know the importance, right? So that's the challenge. We don't know the importance of the visitor. Even if we want to optimize the resource allocation in a way that uh, most important job or most important visit gets the priority. So it's a little bit different from the classical matching problem, and that little difference makes the problem more complicated. So visitors can lie about the importance of the visit, right? Because I will get more priority if I say that I want to visit the hospital the most. I have, it's really urgent for me. I can lie about it. So we need to make sure the allocation is truthful. Nobody can lie about their priority of visit. Nobody can lie about other things, let's say duration of the visit. So there are some private information I have, which I can lie. So the mechanism design includes these goals. It wants to implement these goals, but to implement it, it has to make sure that the scheduling is truthful. So we looked at in three different setups. One is single short slot job. For example, I go to a bank and a slot is, let's say, half an hour, and my job will be finished in one slot, half an hour. I just have to go there and take out money. Next is multi-slot divisible jobs. For example, I have to, uh, okay, it can be, unrealistic example, but it can be an imaginary example that I go to a bank to open an account, and I have to go through certain process, certain phase into that process. So I go there, I collect the form, and then I fill the form. I give it to another person who checks it and confirm that everything is correct. Then I go to another person, checks it, uh, whether my documents are clear or not, checks it, approves it. I go to another person and so on. So my job can take multiple slots, and it is divisible. Why? Because I can take a break from it. I collect the form, I come out of the bank, and I do some shopping, go back again and do the job. So I want to complete a job by today, but it is divisible. Third is multi-slot indivisible jobs. For example, a visit to a hospital for some checkup, um, or maybe it's a session with a psychologist. So I don't want to break my job. So I once I enter in the facility, I will be there until my job is done. So in these three setup, we look at the problem, and the goals which I have already explained in previous slide are efficiency, truthfulness, participation guarantee, and of course the computational attractability. And then we come up with mechanisms where the first two sections the process can be solved, the optimization problem can be solved in strongly polynomial time, and we get the optimal solution, and we ensure truthfulness, participation guarantee, and efficiency. And that mechanism, we call it VCG with time delays. uh, okay, one assumption here, or which was very necessary to have here, because we are going to allocate depending on the importance of the visit, we have to have one scale over which we say, so how will we scale the importance of visit, right? How will we say it? If it is, we have to scale it in some form. Let's say money. Someone says that I want to visit the bank for, let's say, 20,000 rupees. So there has to be one scale. How will we compare? One visitor's job is more important than other visitors, right? So we put this assumption that importance is equal to willingness to wait till next access of the facility. So, for example, I say that I want to visit the bank tomorrow, and it's important for me, equal to that after tomorrow I will not be visiting 10 days, next 10 days. Again, after from the 11th day and so on, I am willing to visit. So that 10 days is my value or importance for tomorrow's visit. So that's where we, put this scale or the metric of importance of visit. So that's how and then we came up with the mechanism for the first two part. For this third part, the problem is NP complete. So uh, the mechanism is in these properties. So what in those kind of settings where we can't get a solution in a limited time, what we do is that we say, okay, give me a little bad solution, but give me the solution very fast. So that's where approximately optimal solutions comes into the picture. So we came up with an approximately optimal mechanism, which is polynomial time solvable. So, okay, we call it multi-slot indivisible allocation approximation algorithm, MEA. I'm telling you about these notations because I will explain them I will use these names when I will explain the experimental analysis. Okay, we have collected data set from, so this work is carried out when I was in my PhD at IIT Kanpur. So we have collected a data set from a store in IIT campus. And the data set has, uh, it's an anonymous data set. We don't know, we don't have any identity of the customers, but we see how many customers are coming to the store, are visiting to the store in the throughout the day. So we divide the time slot or the opening hours of the store in 14 different slots, and we check. So depending on the size of the store, uh, and according to the government's norm of social distancing, we see that around 32 people can simultaneously visit the store. And we analyzed the footprints of the customers throughout the day, and we see that in rush hours from 5 to 8, there this limit is of 32 people so there are more people exceeding this limit, visiting to the facility, 38, 48, and 52, while on an average the average per hour is 26. So if the coordination is done, then the population can visit the facility while maintaining the social distancing. It's well within the safety limit. So from that data set of visiting the facility, we have put some synthetical efforts to get the data set to fill the gaps. For example, we came up with a preference order for each agent for the day. For example, let's say I have a preference over tomorrow that I want to visit 9 a.m. more. I prefer to visit from 9 to 12 more than in the evening, because in evening I'm busy. So I have a preference order over the slots for tomorrow. So we generate a preference order, and we also generate, we put some numbers with the importance of slot for experiments. So how this algorithm will behave, how this mechanism will behave with that data set. And we also see it may so happen. So let's look at the two plots here. These plots show social congestion reduction for slot capacity 24, the top one, and slot capacity 30. So if we put the cap of 24, so in every slot, only at most 24 people can visit the facility, then this is the allocation, or this is the congestion level throughout the day from 7 to 21. So it's an average over the complete month. And so this here orange dotted line says that this is the slot capacity, which is 24. And yellow bars are showing the allocation by our mechanism we call VCGT. And we see that the allocation is well within the limit throughout the day. It may so happen because of this limit, we have some unallocated visitor. So how we deal with what is this non-allocated visitor here? For every day, we have an unallocated, a set of unallocated visitor. We increase their importance in the next day. So because they couldn't get a slot today due to the congestion, uh, we allocate them tomorrow, and we give more priority to them. So whoever had low priority for the visit is now have medium priority. And even on the second day it doesn't get the slot, it's next day priority level is high. So in some way we give more priority to that visitor again on the third day. And even after the third day, we cannot allocate the slot to that visitor. We keep it non-allocated. And like some other arrangement is done for that visitor, for example, home delivery, or the visitor goes to another store. So that's the non-allocated user shown from in the orange bar at the end. And if we have the capacity, if we increase the capacity, then uh, of course we will be able to occupy more people. So we will not have non-allocated visitors at the end. But the important thing is that we maintain the social distancing. We put the cap very strictly. Even if people we cannot allocate them, we provide them home delivery or other things, other ways, but we do not allocate them above the limit. So these two plots here show the trade-off between the slot capacity and the allocation and non-allocation here. As we increase the cap, we have no one who is not allocated. And we also see, if we look at the rush hours from this is 5 to 7 or 8, we see that our mechanism is able to decrease the social congestion by around 50%. We also wanted to analyze how the mechanism is behaving. So here delay means for how long I will not be able to use I will not be able to access the facility again. So for example, let's say I have a high priority, it's really important for me to visit the hospital tomorrow. And then I get the slot, but there is a certain delay I have to put. So I visit the bank tomorrow. It's really important for me, but I cannot visit the bank again for, let's say, 15 days. So as my importance is high, I will get the slot, but I will have to face a high delay, a longer delay. And if it is really low, maybe I get less, I don't get the slot, but also whenever I get it, I will not have to pay for long delay. So VCG, this mechanism prioritizes the job at cost. Higher valuation comes with higher delays. Okay, we also have a couple of experiments to see the computational complexity of the approximate algorithm, which is MAA. Because we do not give optimal solution, we have to check how bad it is, how far we are from being optimal. So a couple of experiments are run and we saw that the algorithm reduces the running time by more than 99.5% and yields roughly 1.75 approximation ratio. Okay, so that was all in this part. I have skipped the settings we have, or the values of the parameters we took. We put for the experimental analysis. But if anyone is interested, can go through the paper, or you're welcome to discuss with me. So in summary, we had some goals, social goals: efficiency, truthfulness, participation guarantee, while maintaining to maintain social distancing. And we proposed a mechanism which does with 3 different setups. And in experiments, whatever we had, all the desired objectives are, we got them up to some extent. And this formulation is not only for scheduling in social distancing, but it can be applied to other scheduling settings. For example, let's say job scheduling in computer architecture, or operating system, we study, right, the scheduling processes. So this is one way in scheduling. Okay, so coming to the end of the presentation, what I have explained here, just to summarize that, I first explained the 3 different setups for resource allocation where mechanism design can play or is actually playing a role. And the third one is about social distancing. So now I hope the audience know what is mechanism design and how it can be used for resource allocation. So in short, what kind of questions we look for, we researchers look for in mechanism design is, how can we tell whether a goal can be implemented or not, right? How can the mother was able to say that, does there really exist a solution for cake cutting? Or the government was able to say does there exist a mechanism which will make sure that the government will be able to efficiently allocate the license? And similarly, in airport slot allocation, we had some social goal, or not social, maybe revenue goals. The companies have some revenue goals. So we have certain goal and we want to implement them. We don't know some private information. So the first question is, does there really exist a solution or not? And if exist, how can we implement it? So that's the second question. If it is implementable, what is the mechanism designed to that ensures the implementation? Okay, so that was all in my slides. I thank all of you for paying attention to it. And if you have any questions, please ask. I also want to thank the organizing committee again for organizing this event, and especially Professor Surajit Das. Okay, if you have any questions, I'm open for them.
Thank you, madam. Thanks, and thank you for your very informative and very beautiful presentations. So, audience, if you're having any questions, you can directly ask chat box, or you can directly ask to the in this meeting. Thank you. And audience participant, I am just sharing the one very interesting assessment link in the chat box. Please try to solve it by 10 minutes. Thank you.
If you are, just in case if you're feeling shy to ask the questions, or if you need time to think about them, you can email.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, ma'am. One question is that comes in my mind. Resource allocation mechanism can be easily implemented with the help of machine learning.
Okay, so
if we take any problem and we easily allocate the resources, is machine learning here will be applicable most efficiently?
Okay, so machine learning is used, but there are certain things you see here that we don't know certain information, right? Here, that we don't know the private information. So it's it's the issue with the template of the optimization problem here. So, but still, of course, there is a lot of work going on, which is to merge machine learning or taking approaches from machine learning to use them in with this mechanism design part for resource allocation. I will explain you with one example here. Let's say so I was reading one paper about ride sharing. So in that, the problem was to allocate drivers to request. So we all know about ride-hailing platforms, right? For example, Ola, Uber. So these are very popular, and there are several more. So what the job is to allocate the rides to the drivers. So it's an online thing. Online means the job, it's not a static allocation. The jobs are or the requests are continuously coming in. The drivers are also, the set of drivers, available drivers is also changing. So here is we have,
Sir.
hello.
సార్ పెన్ డ్రైవా సార్ ఉంది కావచ్చు చూడాలి సార్. ఓకే
Okay, so I will
ఏమో సార్ అసలు చూడాలి ఒకసారి అసలు. అవునా?
Hello.
Madam, please continue to the.
ఒక్క నిమిషం సార్ మళ్ళీ. ఒక్క నిమిషం సార్, ఇది వర్క్ షాప్ అసైన్మెంట్ వచ్చింది, చేసి నేను ఫోన్ చేస్తా. ఓకే ఓకే, చేసి మీకు ఫోన్ చేస్తా. ఓకే, నేను ఫోన్ చేస్తాను అయిపోగానే.
Okay, so in that setting, there are so many things which are unknown. Let's say we don't know the demand forecast, right? We don't know. Suppose there is a game which is going to end in the stadium, there will be more demand. So there are many questions which are, not, they cannot be answered by, methods like this. Their machine learning is actually playing a really good role. So I was talking about that paper. So in that paper, what they were doing is they were estimating the demand in the future and then doing the allocation. So you see there is a really good, mixture of the topics here where the resource allocation can be done more efficiently in future.
Okay, yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your answer. So the other participants, if they would like to ask any question, please share your views or ask any questions to the ma'am. Please. So as of now, ma'am, we have seen that there will be no other, I think, questions from the audience side. They have well understood what you have beautifully presented over here. So thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful efforts and wonderful presentation for this resource allocation and your whatever the work you have done in your PhD thesis, SMA algorithm, and explaining it well with the real-time examples that are being in the we are just having in our real-time environment. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you for everything that you put today. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I have stopped sharing the screen. Okay. Okay. Thanks everyone for the for your attention.
Thank you so much, madam.
So all the participants are requested to be attentive in your chat box. We are going to be first give you a link that will for your final assessment, and then after we are going to share the feedback, and through this feedback you are going to be have your participation certificates also. Please go to your first assessment test. all the participants are requested to please go through the final assessment form and submit your answers. So we are giving only 10 minutes to go through these questions. There are only 10 questions in the assessment. So please go through them. Just
Once again, where it find it, sir? Feedback.
it's not a feedback, it's an assessment link that has been shared in your chat box. Please find it out.
After 10 minutes, we will share the feedback.
Not showing, sir.
Sorry?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, 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 madam.
Hello. Hello. This is not showing my chat box, please. Just see how the
Okay, can we paste the link in the WhatsApp group? Dear participants, if you are not able to get the link in the chat box, we have also put it in the WhatsApp group. Please go through it.
Those who have completed the assessment.
Yes, we are going to provide you the feedback form within 5 minutes. 5 more minutes we are going to provide, and after that, every participant has been given the certificate.
After 5 minutes, the feedback form.
Yes.
Sir, after filling the feedback form, we'll check your assessment score and your attendance. Will send your certificate in your registered Gmail ID.
So once again, it is requested to all the participants, please go to the assessment forms. It is mandatory to have a certificate.
So participant, I already shared the feedback link. I'm requesting all of you, please fill the feedback link.
WhatsApp or like or in chat box once again.
Okay, again I am posting the feedback link in the chat box only. It is not possible to share in WhatsApp group.
Charging betna beta. అవసరం ఉందిరా
In the feedback form, please type your email ID very carefully because we will send your certificate in the email ID only. Please fill it correctly.
Sir, where is it available, sir?
Okay, participants, we have shared you another link in the WhatsApp group for the feedback, and the same link is also being shared in the chat box also. You have to check each and every detail very carefully. Similar details will be added into your certificate also. So be careful while putting everything into the feedback form. Please be sure that all of you should fill the feedback form also to get the certificates. The certificates will be delivered to you after 5 minutes when you have finished with the feedback form. It will be sent into your registered email ID.
Sir, please share feedback link in WhatsApp group.
No, madam, it is not possible. We are only sharing the feedback link in the chat box only.
The chat box it is not enabled, sir. That's the reason.
Sir, I am already filled up to feedback assessment. Where is the sorry? I fill up assessment form, and where is the feedback form, sir? Where is it?
No, this last one is the feedback form. In the chat box, you can find out it.
Okay.
Raj, share the feedback form. We have completed the assessment.
Sorry, sir.
Feedback form. We have completed the assessment.
Your sound is properly not audible, sir. Please type your questions in the chat box.
Sir, I have done with my exam and also given the feedback. When I can expect the certificate?
Sir, it will take half an hour time, sir. After that also, if you are not getting your certificate, contact with us.
I didn't get you, sir.
Sir, it can be take at least
Sir,
half an
I
hour
didn't
time,
get
sir.
you.
We will send your certificate in your registered email ID, sir. If within half an hour, if you are not getting your certificate, then please contact with us. WhatsApp.
I didn't get my certificate, sir. I've done with my exam and also given the feedback.
Sir, please wait for half an hour, sir. At least half an hour.
Back link. Hello.
अभी अभिनव अभी अभिनव
So thank you all the participants. I think now no one having any doubts or any problems. So any of you having any doubts and any problems, you can contact with us through WhatsApp. Now we are going to close our meeting.
I salute the industry as well as all these sellers for this. And I wish
Sir,
all the
you
very
said
best. You know that when the
certificate through
beginning
mail,
is
sir.
good,
Can
the
we
ending
explain
has to be good.
mail, sir?
I wish all the very best to the Kshatriya for its solitary journey through the vastness of space and for making a feather-like soft landing in the 4th week of August. Good luck. Thank you. Dr. Narayana, Director BSc.
Certificate will be sent through mail, sir.
It is a historical event for Indian space program.
So is there any doubt? So I think all of you have gone through this feedback form.
Sir, I'm Mohammad Manzoor Hussain, given feedback as well as the assessment test, sir.
Okay. Okay, sir. You will be going to receive your certificates in registered email ID that you have put in the form.
Thank you, sir. When can we expect the certificate?
Sir, it will be given you shortly. If still it will not reach into your email ID, you can contact us in the group also. Just
Okay,
wait
sir.
for
Thank
half
you.
an hour. Yes. So I would like to thank you all the participants for a part of this beautiful journey from first day to day 5. You have very well show your participation in this 5-day FDP program. So if in future we would like to be participate in such FTP programs if we are going to be organized. So please make yourself available in this in the future FTP programs also.
Hello. Sir, assessment is completed and feedback is also submitted. May I leave, sir?
Yes, those participants have completed both the formalities of final assessment as well as the 5-day feedback form. So you can leave. And thank you again for all the participants to be a part of this wonderful 5-day FP program.
अबे होमवर्क कर लेनी बेटा.
Is it your own
अभिनव ఇప్పుడు అస్మిత పర్వతి होता बैटरी का
తెచ్చుకోకుండా మీద ప్లేట్ దాన్ని ఫ్లూట్ లాగా యూజ్ చేయడం హైలైట్ అంటే మాత్రం చెత్త బండి మీద వెళ్తా సూపర్ చూస్తానికి మామూలుగా లేదు కాన్సెప్ట్ హైలైట్ డాన్సర్స్ హైలైట్ సూపర్ చాలా బాగా నచ్చింది
Grace, so Abhi, you are one type of కొన్ని మోస్తుండగా యూజ్ చేసి ఇలా అయితే కానీ ఇలా పెట్టి చేసి సూపర్ సూపర్ అంటే సూపర్ కంటెస్టెంట్స్ everyone today నాకు ఈ ఫ్లైట్ ఒకటిలాగా కనిపించింది It got connected with us, with the sound, feel, everything. And Abhi,
ఈ కాంపిటీషన్ లో ఎక్కువ Yeah. చాలా బాగా చేస్తుంది. Thank you so much. క్రియేటివ్ చెప్పినట్టు అంటే స్టైల్ ట్రెడిషనల్ ఎలా చెప్పాలండి చాలా కొత్తగా చేశారు. వెరీ గుడ్. మీ పనులు
especially especially of food లో ఇలా చేశాను కదా వెరీ క్యూట్ ఇట్ వాస్ వెరీ నైస్ ఆల్ ది బెస్ట్
థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
బిడ్డ దగ్గర అప్పుడు ఎవరు లేదు అనేసి ఉండొచ్చు బిడ్డ ఉండదు అంటే నాకేం తెలుసు నువ్వు ఎక్కడ పెట్టుకుంటున్నావు పెట్టుకునేది ఏదైనా కొట్టుకోవాలి కరెక్ట్ చదువు పెట్టాలి వరకు ఏం స్టోరీ అన్నా కదా बैंक की तरह तरह लोग लैब तरह में वो नहीं करना है सर इनकम से lagi tanya saya oh bau sabi वो तुमको तो रेशन कार्ड वाला हाँ लिया है सवार का saya kemudian gojo sawar sawar dikit sawar apa pun kalau ada lain gor कर तो मैं इतने लड़े जानते हैं बस पुरुष ही कर కాలే మాట్లాడుతుంది పాతగా అయిపోయింది భయపడుతుంది పోట్ల ఫస్ట్ కళ్ళైపోతుంది ఎవరితోనే అంటే ఎవరన్నా మనకి ఏం తెలుసు जल्दी बोलते नहीं बेटा बोलते अरे अटेंडर के ना कस्टन मार्को कन का तो कहीं है वो आपसे वो उंदर वाला तो जाओ कहीं अब वो इतना सजो कौन उंदर पाइते हैं कहीं वो गांव वाला तो नहीं गए अटेंडर होता है काम करेगा तो मैसेज घर में होता तो जाते ग्रुप पे वहां देखिए तंगा ये तब ये कौन है नहीं अटेंडर देखेंगे कौन तब ये वो क्लास में क्लास के ना है आपने छोड़ देने के काम कर रहा है उससे वजह तो अब तो बैंक के रहेगी कौन पूछो तुम आज जानते जानते बढ़िया उस वन प्लस का है कौन 18000 तानी चले वन प्लस is RAM is से हां तो ले लो पैसे सांझे राउंड फोन के देंगे ये yes future that's वन प्लस पर डाउन पेमेंट भाग में हो सके तो क्या को मैं अनुच्छेद को करना है फोन है ना तू गले घाल तुम्हें दे नहीं आगे तो पुलिस स्टेशन में जाना है उसका कैसे लीड होता है करना आपण अभी रखनो रिएक्टिवेट कराएं एयरटेल वेदिक है वो मैं चली को नहीं गए 703626
సిమ్ కాపీ
కొత్తది
ఏంది ఇచ్చేది సిమ్ ఎవరిచ్చి మనదే మరి దాదాది పత్రావియం
118 280 रुपीस
పర్సెంట్ పర్సెంట్
नौ सिम जाए जो जाओ 5G सिम हो
और स्मार्टफोन है काम करो
हाँ
सर दाड़ो काहे करे सवाल एग्जाम है सदो इंटर का तो घर यार काढ़ो का सर
the resource ఎయిర్టెల్ అది పాతది అదే నంబర్ మీద
ఏది 9 చెల్లెలు ఉంటే చూడు 7 ఫోన్ దొరుకు
घालतो देखा उसमें
అండి చెప్తాను కోహ్లీ అది కాడు అండి
అరే నేను చెప్తూనే ఉన్నా కదా నేమ్మా
मार सपोर्ट करो
अब देखो केवड़ी बेवड़ी मत फेंक रहा
చాలు फोन लेते ना मोड सिम रेणु के
सर ये आया है ये अपन नहीं रहा ऊपर वो ने सब पर काम करो हां वो ने काल वो क्या दो मा वो ने
फोन है नहीं है
आओ तेरे मा फोन को कर दो मा गालता नहीं गालत
आई के मैं नानी में मेरा स्मार्टफोन आई नहीं मम्मी नानी फोन आई नहीं रहे वो क्या रखो अंदर सिम में मोटी रहे माड़ी बीएसएनएल रहूं फाइव नंबर अंक टैंक
सदे पण एक्टिवेशन सपोर्ट कर रही हो
फोटो काम कराना हो కూడా వేసినారు
అదే అప్డేట్ చేసిండు కదా అది మళ్ళీ చేసి అప్డేట్ చేసి फोन मम्मी रे मग घालतो ते का
माय घर
इथे वो ये मारतो का घालून दे
आता फ्री गई फ्री है
टाइम फ्री हाँ वो 28 days
पढ़ाई देख पढ़ो अभी आज बुक का सर जाओ कौन सी बात सर जाओ అయితే మనం పెట్టారు బండి
వాళ్ళు 1 hour పడతాను
అస్మిత అభి అన్న హను పెట్టారు ఒక బేట పడవని सवारे सगळं तो भारत काय अभिनव एकदम खायला सवार काय लगेच जरा तो सोना होता पण तू अजून एक आपल्या
देतो फॉर्म
तो मध्ये निकत्ता में लचको देख ले तू बालक छी बोलते డాడీ రెండు
అమ్మ నేను ఒక పని చేస్తున్నామ్మా సరే
That's it, chemistry का say. Math.
बेटा आ रहे बेटा देख
Claro, te puedo entender. Cali. posto uma oferta no dia que desculpa, eu já me interrompo porque eu tenho que ligar isso, ensinar aqui. Como não já não vai dar. Não, muito só. Vai ter que ser. Se rastrear, eu vou lá para algum servidor para te dizer. Vamos, pega um. Sora pega na leva, né?
ಅವನ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಚಿಲ್ಲಾಯ ಅವನ್ ಪಾನ್ 10 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕಾಯಿನ್ ದಿನಗಳ
आधार कार्ड जिराक्स फोटो एसएससी में मगर टाइम पे रहना तो
हमारी आधार कार्ड है ना वो कैंसर अपना क्या सर्टिफिकेट जिराक्स अस्मिता ఇది పెట్టమ్మా అరే నువ్వు ప్యాసన్ చదువుతో కూర్చొని చదువుమన్నా ఈ గ్లాస్ అటు పెట్టమన్నా కదమ్మా बोनाफाइड कैसे ना रहते नहीं एक बोनाफाइड जिराक्स रहते नहीं कैंसर होता एक कलर जिराक्स वो तो काढो तो काय होणार आहे कसं ना एवढंच ఇందాక అక్కడ దానిలో పెట్టానమ్మా, పక్క దానిలో పెట్టాను ఇప్పుడు. అరే ఉమా ఉమా అనుస్ గాలే ఉమా అయ్యో ఏంటది అక్కడనే ఉంటది, దానిలోనే ఉంటది. నిన్న పెట్టాను చూడు, ఇందాక సైడ్ లో పెట్టినట్టున్నాను చూడు, అదే. అదే పక్కకు ఉంది, దాంట్లో ఉంటుంది, అవతల దాంట్లో ఉంటది. మేడం గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్, చెప్పండి మేడం. మేడం మీటింగ్ ఉందా? ఏ మీటింగ్? ఓకే సారీ.